President.
Majority Leader?
Mr. President, Senate in a quorum call?
No. Oh.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, tomorrow afternoon, runners will take their marks for the 100th running of the Howard Wood Dakota Relays. And I have to say, Mr. President, I look forward to this event every year. It's more than a track meet. It's one of the hallmarks of sports in South Dakota, and an incredible tradition that's now marking 100 years. Each year, thousands of high school athletes come from across the upper Midwest to compete at the Howard Wood Field in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. But the Dakota Relays isn't about where you're from or how big your school is. It's about the best competing against the best. And it's a thrilling 2 days. Hurdles, relays, long jump, javelin, and of course the special event on Friday night that showcases some of the best runners in the region. Athletes get to compete against other athletes that they won't see during a season or even at their statewide track meets. And it's incredible to see how hard these high schoolers work, to see them give it their all, and to see their sportsmanship in both victory and defeat. Mr. President, for generations, the Dakota Relays has been the ultimate proving ground, and a tradition shared by many South Dakota families. My own family's involvement in the relays stretches from the very beginning. My wife, Kimberly's grandfather, the legendary Smoky Joe Mendel, ran in one of the first Dakota Relays, and he was the first person to be inducted into the Dakota Relays Hall of Fame in 1959. My dad helped coach a relay team from Murdo, my hometown, that made it to the relays a couple of different times. Both of my daughters competed in the relays when they were in high school. In fact, both were gold medalists. And I have a son-in-law who was also a gold medalist at the relays. And my daughter Brittany's 4x800 meter relay team still holds the meet record that they set back in 2005. Mr. President, the Dakota Relays has been a highlight of high school athletes' careers for as long as it's been around. When legendary Washington High School coach Howard Wood established the relays, he did it to give student athletes an opportunity to compete at a high level. That first year featured athletes from 9 schools. Today, it's much more than I think Coach Wood ever would have imagined. 3,000 athletes and 20,000 fans are expected this year. 17 future Olympians have competed in the Dakota Relays. It's now the longest running high school track meet in South Dakota and one of the longest running in the entire country. And even as it's grown, the Dakota Relay still draws its support and strength from the local community, especially from the volunteers who work hard to keep the events running smoothly. The relays couldn't run without these men and women, and I always enjoy the chance to help out when I can. Although these days I'm helping to move hurdles or presenting medals, now that technology has replaced me as a timer. Mr. President, Sioux Falls native Terry Nielsen has volunteered in various roles at the Dakota Relays for 50 years. And after all those years, he says, and I quote, "The success of this meet is based on small-town South Dakota," end quote. I couldn't agree more. The Dakota Relays represents what I love about South Dakota, about our small towns, and about the people and values that make our state great. Mr. President, at the entrance of Howard Wood Field is a plaque that reads, quote, "Howard Wood, molder of youth," end quote. And I have to say, Mr. President, that's what a good coach does. Shapes youth, pushes athletes to do more, to be better, to think about more than just themselves. Coach Wood believed that athletics develops character and knowledge that serve athletes in every stage of life. He said, and I quote, "Athletics should teach the following lessons: to mind one's own business, to be a good loser, to lose without crying, to be a good winner, to win without boasting, to be non-solicitous of sympathy, to develop initiative and cooperation, good sportsmanship, which is none other than the golden rule, a respect for the code, control of the emotional self, to care for the body, My sincere hope and wish is that these few points have been grounded, end quote. That from the founder of the Howard Wood Dakota Relays, Mr. President. Mr. President, Howard Wood's legacy is alive and well after 100 years at the Dakota Relays. And as always, I look forward to being there this year to cheer on our athletes and to be a part of this great South Dakota tradition. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
President,
Democrat Leader.
ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
No objection.
Well, Mr. President, Donald Trump's first 100 days in office boiled down to one word: failure. Yesterday, we learned that the U.S. economy actually shrank in the first quarter of 2025. It's his first quarter in office, and the economy shrinks. It was the worst single quarter the economy has seen since the time of the pandemic. And what does Donald Trump have to say about this? Does he admit his mistakes? Does he take responsibility like any leader should do? Of course not. Donald Trump has said it's Joe Biden's fault the economy is shrinking today. He said it will be Joe Biden's fault if the GDP are bad again in the next quarter. In Donald Trump's alternate universe, when things go wrong, it's always someone else's fault. It's just appalling. It's no surprise that it's no surprise why Donald Trump's polls are slipping. He starts a trade war with no plan at all, then tells families they'll just have to settle for higher prices. He tells parents they'll have to accept fewer and more expensive gifts for their kids for Christmas. Leave it to Donald Trump to act like a Grinch in the middle of spring. Fewer choices, higher prices. That's the Trump economy in a nutshell. But Donald Trump has not acted alone. Republicans in the Senate and the House own his mess, too. It's not just that Republicans are silent. They are complicit in Donald Trump's failures. Last night, Senate Republicans had a chance to stop Donald Trump's tariffs here on the Senate floor. They said no. They chose to side with the tariffs instead. They chose to side with high prices for Americans, $4,000 more a year. They chose to side with Donald Trump over siding with the American consumer, who's paying more than $4,000 a year. So Republicans now own Donald Trump's tariffs. Let me repeat, Republicans own Donald Trump's tariffs. Don't complain about them. Don't go knocking at the White House door and saying, get rid of them. You're going along, and you voted to go along. If Republicans wanted to stop these tariffs, they certainly could. They have the power. Many of them know privately it's the right thing to do. But they're too scared to cross Donald Trump. So instead of siding with the American consumer, they side with him and enable his destructive behavior. But it's not just tariffs, oh no. Republicans are behind every failure of Donald Trump. They are his enablers, his collaborators, his co-conspirators. We all know they could undo Trump's failing policies if they wanted to, but they sit on their hands and in so many cases are complicit. Republicans are complicit in Donald Trump's push for tax cuts for billionaires. They're complicit in putting Medicaid funding on the chopping block. They're complicit in adding $52 trillion to the national debt, and they're complicit as DOJ sabotages the Social Security Administration. They're complicit in the leadership failures at the Pentagon. And they'll be complicit should the economy slip into a wholly unnecessary recession, God forbid. In just 100 days of Donald Trump, polls show Americans are getting fed up. They're fed up with the chaos, they're fed up with the lawlessness, and they're fed up with Donald Trump siding with the special few over them. And the longer the Republicans enable Donald Trump's reckless behavior, the American people are going to get fed up with Republican majorities as well. Now on tariffs and retailers. Even Donald Trump admits that prices are going up because of his trade war. Companies ranging from Procter & Gamble to Target to Adidas to Best Buy to AutoZone all warn that a global trade war means that Americans will pay more for their products. Even if some companies try to hold off for a little while, eventually the dam is going to break. The result, the average household will pay an extra $4,700 a year. That's a lot of money for an average family. I urge national retailers to be transparent to their customers if national retailers raise prices on their products, they should list out exactly how much their price increases are connected to tariffs. They should break it down so consumers know. Companies itemizing the cost of tariffs for their customers is not hostile or political. It's being honest with consumers, and it's easy to do. I've talked to business people all over my state and even the country, and they know how much the costs are increasing because of tariffs. They simply have to let consumers know as well. Electric and gas companies already itemize each surcharge and fee in each utility bill. Airline companies on their tickets list out fuel costs, security fees, base fares. Why shouldn't they and all companies do the same for this new increased cost, the tariffs? Retailers have reportedly already explained to the Trump administration the impact of tariffs on their products. Well, consumers deserve the same courtesy. Itemize the price of tariffs, break down the cost so people can see. And maybe that will cause enough people to put pressure on Republican senators and congressmen, on the White House, to get rid of these ridiculous tariffs across the world. And it will serve the interests of the retailers as well, because if the prices go away, their prices will go back down. Americans deserve to know who is picking their pockets. I call on retailers to disclose to consumers how much tariffs are increasing the prices of their products, and they should do so as soon as possible. On the Bisignano nomination, today, Senate Republicans will vote to advance Frank Bisignano to lead the Social Security Administration. Frank Bisignano has an ominous reputation. He is Mr. Slash and Burn. Bisignano equals slash and burn when it comes to companies, and now when it comes to the Social Security Administration. Everywhere he goes, every company he's been part of, he slashes and burns. So I can't think of a worse agency for Mr. Slash and Burn Bisignano to lead than the Social Security Administration. Every single Republican who votes yes on Bisignano is voting yes to axe Social Security. The Social Security Administration is already in chaos. Knowing how popular it is, the Trump administration doesn't say outright they want to kill it. Instead, they want to strangle it. Fewer offices, fewer people in the offices, trying to take away phone lines, trying to take away email, strangle it, because they know it's too popular to say they're going to kill it directly. But already, because of their actions, because of the Trump administration, Doge, Musk, the Social Security Administration is already in chaos. People's benefits are already in danger of being delayed. Wait times over the phones are getting longer. Field offices are shutting down. Employees are getting fired. Staffing is at a 50-year low. Chaos. In the last place you need it, the Social Security Administration. Doge says, Musk says they want to get rid of waste. There's no waste here. Social Security is one of the leanest operations there is. But they just want to kill it and probably eventually privatize it. The hard right wing, which hates all government, wants to take this crown jewel that Americans have and love, Social Security, and privatize it. That's what some of them want to do if you read some of these academic papers. No way. We're going to fight that tooth and nail, and we'll stop that. Republicans have a choice when it comes to this nominee. To confirm him is to be complicit in dismantling Social Security. They should vote against moving forward today. I yield the floor.
Republican Whip.
Mr. President, I just heard the minority leader talk about the 100 days, the first 100 days under President Trump. And when I talk to the people at home in Wyoming about the successes of this Trump administration the first 100 days compared to what I heard from the minority leader, it's a difference between night and day. And specifically, the people of Wyoming are delighted with the job that President Trump has been doing, and especially in the issue of the southern border. Because for 4 years, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris told us, told all of America, told the world they could do nothing to fix the southern border crisis. They swore nothing could have stopped the 10 million illegal immigrants who flooded into the country. It took President Trump to prove them wrong. Of all of President Trump's 100-day accomplishments, fixing the Biden border crisis shines the brightest of all. Seal the border, stop the invasion of illegal immigrants. President Trump promised to do it at campaign stops all around the country, and he delivered quickly. Today, we have the most secure border on record. The southern border has now been closed down tight. Illegal border crossings are down by over 94% since President Trump took office. The Border Patrol agents feel free to do their job once again, and they are now doing it with pride. Their service and their sacrifice are once again respected, not how it was in the Biden administration. The Border Patrol chief says that morale is going through the roof. They're able to do their job. Even CBS News captured the dramatic turnaround. This is CBS News. Quote, typically, when you go to the border, we see at least one group of people who are trying to cross into the border, across into the U.S. illegally. We did not see a single migrant. CBS News. Let's contrast that to what we saw with Joe Biden. It is staggering. Think about it. December of 2023, Biden administration, Biden's open border policies, up to 14,000 illegal immigrants coming across our border on a daily basis. Today, we're down to less than 7,000 in a whole month. They had nearly twice that amount in a single day in the Biden administration. This is the result of President Trump in the White House. Illegal immigrants caught at the border face swift removal, not like it was before. In President Trump's first 100 days, only 9 illegal immigrants were released into America. 9! Period. 9! Last year, during that same period, more than 184,000 illegal immigrants were released into the United States. We didn't need new laws. We needed a new president. And we got one 100 days ago. A president with guts, a president with vision, and a president with a backbone. Something we needed desperately and now have. How did President Trump do it? Well, he ripped up the Democrats' open invitation and said to illegal immigrants from around the world, come to America. No more free health care, no more free debit cards, no more free cell phones, no more free hotel rooms, no more free plane tickets, no more catch and release. That's how you get the job done. President Trump dismantled Joe Biden's parole program abuses, and they were abuses. He replaced catch and release with detain and deport. He launched deportations at the border and in the country. He labeled the cartels. Those are those evil traffickers of drugs and of people. He labeled them, as he should have, as foreign terrorist organizations. The world heard the message loud and clear. Illegal immigrants, they turned around and they went home. One Venezuelan illegal immigrant put it this way, I'm just going back, he said, because with Donald Trump, it's going to be too hard. That's right. It's too hard to come to this country now, illegally. And the American people, and certainly the people of my home state, Wyoming, say, that's the way it ought to be. When illegal immigrants know they can't sneak in and then stay, they won't come. Detain and deport deters the flow of illegal immigrants. Now we need to mirror that same success inside America. President Trump is off to a strong start there as well. His strategic and historic deportation campaign, the largest in our history, is making our streets safer and communities know it. The criminals that President Trump is expelling are the worst of the worst. They are the murderers, the drug dealers, the gang members, the human traffickers. They're gone. In 100 days, 66,000 deportations have been carried out. Immigration and Customs Enforcement arrests of illegal immigrants, of the criminals, have already outpaced all of 2024 under Joe Biden. Republicans in this body, in Congress, in the House, and in the Senate are moving forward to get law enforcement the resources they need to finish the job. And that includes $175 billion for border security that we have passed here in the Senate. We'll finish the wall, we'll boost Border Patrol, we'll strengthen ICE, Immigration Customs Enforcement, and expand detention capacity. People in my home state are thrilled that President Trump is enforcing the law and restoring order. Now, the Democrats, on the other hand, they're not thrilled. They're furious. They don't like it. They like open borders. Democrats in Congress are racing to El Salvador to defend an MS-13 gang member. Or as one of the media calls him, the Maryland man. A member of this body led the charge. In 2023, that member's constituent, Rachel Morin, she was a mother of 5. She was brutally murdered by an illegal immigrant. Did not speak out, that same member who rushed to El Salvador, no. Didn't meet with her family, no. Refused. You talk about a situation that the American people understand. The difference between the Democrats and the Republicans rush to El Salvador but won't talk to the family of a young woman, a mother of 5, murdered. That's the mindset of the Democrats. Open the borders, let them come in, let them kill, let them rape. It's astonishing. Rush to El Salvador to fight for a gang member. And that senator said he wasn't going to quit fighting until that thug is back in America. So let me ask my colleagues a question. Does that make America safer? Let's remember who the Democrats are fighting for. This is a man who had no right to be here illegally, a man who was a lawful removal order, a verified member of MS-13, according to an immigration judge, not according to me, according to an immigration judge, a human trafficker, a man whose wife filed 2 restraining orders against him, a man who beat his wife, who threatened to kill her, and who bragged nobody can do anything to him. That's who the Democrats are fighting for. We're fighting for our safe communities. That's what we need here. They're not defending fairness, Democrats are not. They're shielding illegal immigrant criminals from justice, and it's wrong. Democrats chose to vote for rapists and killers over American families harmed by their policies. Why? Seems that they want the illegal immigration invasion to continue. Republicans are different. Our party's committed to protecting American families. We stand for law and order. Our mission is to restore safety for the American people, security for the American people, and safety for our communities. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, yesterday the Health Secretary, RFK Jr., announced that the department would subject all new vaccines, including vaccines for children and vaccines with well-researched diseases like measles and polio, to placebo testing. So what does that mean? It means that they would take a bunch of kids, divide them into 2 groups, and give some of the kids the vaccine for rubella and mumps or polio, and then they would take the other half and give them a placebo. A dummy vaccine that doesn't work. It's not supposed to work. And then they would study how the kids fared to let the disease process continue. Let me tell you something about my father. My father was the only doctor on the record for the first couple of years after the Tuskegee experiments on African American men in which they withheld life-saving medicine from hundreds of African American men, believing that they were expendable, to, quote, observe the disease process. What they are contemplating, and I don't know how serious this is, but what they are contemplating is that at scale with children. I am hoping that the department clarifies today that's not what they meant. That is fake news. But as of now, they are contemplating population-wide experiments on children to see how the disease process progresses. There should be 100 United States senators opposed to that. And I pray that they back off of this by the end of the day. Mr. President, I ask consent that the following remarks appear in a separate part of the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Trump environmental agenda revolves around one thing and one thing only. How do we make fossil fuel companies even richer while raising costs for everybody else? You know, people voted for Trump for all kinds of reasons. But I don't know anybody who voted for Trump hoping that their kids and their neighbors would be more exposed to the most toxic pollutants like mercury and lead that cause cancer, cause brain damage, and cause birth defects. But through their continued rollback of fundamental environmental protections, that's what we are about to do in 10 minutes. For decades, these regulations have made our communities safer and healthier. You can step outside or have your kids play at the park without worrying about the air being polluted by harmful toxins. There is no reason that we should trust polluters chasing profits to responsibly self-regulate. There are lots of problems in the government, and there are even some regulations that don't make any sense. But the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, it's been very, very successful over the many, many decades. And what the Republicans are moving forward with today is a rollback of the thing that has protected our kids, our family members, our community members, just to make sure, this isn't even a climate thing, that you're not breathing in the kinds of toxic chemicals that cause brain damage and cause cancer. Protecting our communities is one of the most basic jobs as a United States Senator, and this resolution does the opposite. And for that very simple reason, I urge my colleagues to vote against it. Should I start early? Everybody ready? Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that we start the vote now.
Is there objection? Without objection. Under the previous order, the clerk will report the joint resolution.
H.J. Res. 75, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title V United States Code of the rules submitted by the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy and so forth.
The question occurs on passage of the joint resolution. As yeas and nays. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Yeah, the clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsterbrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Thought you'd like to know. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moody, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy. This Thank you. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden.
Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Cassidy, Cornyn, Grassley, Haggerty, Hyde-Smith, Lankford, Marshall, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Sheehy, Sullivan, Young. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Cantwell, Coons, Durbin, Gillibrand, Rosen, Schatz, Schiff, Smith, Warner, Warnock, Warren. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Rono, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Because I. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Bennett, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Kane, no.
But what I like is,
Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Peters, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Schumer, Mr. Schumer, no.
Okay coming that way.
Yes.
Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Hawley, aye.
Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye.
The yeas are 52, the nays are 45. The joint resolution is passed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of S.J. Res. 31. Under the previous order, all debate time has expired. The clerk will read the title of the joint resolution for the third time.
Calendar number 31, S.J. Res. 31, providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 U.S. Code and so forth.
The question occurs on passage of the joint resolution. Yeas and nays, there is sufficient second. Appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsor-Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mr. Fisher, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Cruz, Daines, Graham, Haggerty, Justice, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Rounds, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, and Tillis. Senators voting in the negative: Blunt Rochester, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Heinrich, King, Markey, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Smith, and Welch. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, no. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Murphy. Mr. Murphy, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal. No. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito. Aye. Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen. No. Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins. Aye. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis. Aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen. No. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer. No. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman. Aye. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren. No. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, Aye. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts. Aye. Ms. Lotkin. Ms. Lotkin, no. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Rish, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no.
Kind of double-fisted voting, right?
Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no.
Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. The yeas are 52, the nays are 46, and the joint resolution is passed.
On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays are 46, and the joint resolution is passed. Just 7 here. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session and resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Social Security Administration, Frank Bisignano of New Jersey to be Commissioner.
Mr. President.
Senator from Rhode Island is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to discuss my concern about the chaos that is roiling the Department of Defense. Sunday will mark the 100th day of Pete Hegseth's serving as Secretary of Defense. During his confirmation hearing, Mr. Hegseth said, quote, President Trump wants a Pentagon laser-focused on warfighting, lethality, meritocracy, standards, and readiness. That's it. That's my job. Well, Mr. President, Secretary Hegseth is failing the mission President Trump gave him. His actions over the past 100 days have done nothing but distract the Pentagon and undermine its warfighting, lethality, meritocracy, standards, and readiness. In his first 100 days, Secretary Hegseth has terminated or weakened programs and processes that are the bedrock upon which the military recruits personnel and trains service members to go into battle. For example, in February, the Secretary announced his plan to slash the civilian workforce by 5 to 8%, terminate probationary workers, and institute a hiring freeze. These severe measures have only meant more work for the remaining employees and more costly work for military officers and contractors to cover the gaps or simply not to carry out the missions. The Secretary has also launched a number of efforts to eliminate diversity and inclusion programs, which have led to more limited recruiting efforts, plans for separating honorably serving transgender service members, dissolving social clubs at the military academies, banning and removing books from the Naval Academy, and inspiring walkouts by students at DoD schools abroad over book bans and curriculum changes. Frankly, I joined the Army in 1967 and served on active duty for 12 years, and the idea that dependent children of military personnel in a DoD school in Germany would protest the Secretary of Defense, to me, was inconceivable, but it's happened. Showing, I think, great anxiety in the ranks of our military personnel all across the globe. The Secretary is also failing his duty to lead the department by example. That's one of the key touchstones of any leadership. Do what I do. Follow me. For example, on March 24th, Mr. Hegseth demonstrated a severe lack of judgment when he texted classified military intelligence on the unclassified and unsecure Signal app to at least 2 group chats, including one with his wife, brother, and personal lawyer, which raises the question, why would they have access to or should have access to highly classified information? That information, if intercepted by an adversary, would endanger the lives of our servicemen deployed downrange. The Secretary also installed a dirty line, quote unquote, which is an unsecured internet connection into his Pentagon office so he could more easily send text and personal emails. Such actions violate the laws and protocols that every other military serviceman is required to follow. When they bring in enlisted personnel, junior officers, and tell them about the boundaries of proper cyber use, they make it very clear it is completely inappropriate, indeed dangerous, to plug a dirty line into an official computer. The Department of Defense Office of Inspector General is conducting an investigation of these activities. This mishandling, in the view of most people I know, particularly professional officers, of classified information. And we all look forward to his independent and unbiased findings. And just hours ago, we learned of press reports that National Security Advisor Mike Waltz will be fired this week because of his own actions around the Signal incident. If true, I welcome the message of accountability that it sends. Mr. Waltz made a significant mistake in adding a reporter to a sensitive Signal chat, and his failure of judgment could have had serious national security consequences. But I respect that he took responsibility for his mistake and paid the cost, apparently. In contrast, Secretary Hegstead has refused to take responsibility for his own misconduct, in which my view was far more egregious than that of Mr. Waltz. Indeed, the fallout from this incident has further eroded the already dismal credibility that the Secretary brought to the Pentagon. The Secretary's inner circle of hand-picked advisors have nearly all resigned or been fired. His Chief of Staff was dismissed amid allegations of incompetence and unsettling personal behavior. 3 of his senior policy advisors were fired for allegedly leaking sensitive information, which they all staunchly deny. And his top spokesman resigned after losing confidence in the Secretary and writing, and I'll quote, "The building is in disarray under Hegsted's leadership." And furthermore, quote, "The last month has been a full-blown meltdown at the Pentagon, and it's becoming a real problem for the administration." And this was the words of Secretary Hegsted's self-selected top spokesperson. This chain of events is extraordinary and underscores the concerns I raised at Secretary Hegsted's nomination hearing. He does not possess the temperament and management skills needed to lead the Pentagon, and he's proving that over and over. There have been multiple news reports that Secretary Hegstead spends much of his day focused on perceived leaks and that he has become paranoid, lashing out at aides and senior military leaders, convinced that they are undermining him. He has threatened his top military advisors, including then acting chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Admiral Grady, and Joint Chiefs Director General Sims, with polygraph tests in order to prove that these distinguished military leaders are not liars. Knowing the quality and the dedication of these gentlemen to the military, and particularly to their obligation for honesty and fidelity, I find it unusual that they would be receiving the lie detector test. In fact, it might be interesting if the Secretary took a lie detector test. The Secretary's office should be leading the Pentagon, allowing the rest of the department to be laser-focused on their missions. But again, President Trump and Secretary Hegstead have made that very difficult due to the internal disarray they have created by firing key military leaders. These firings include the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Chief of Naval Operations, the commander of Cyber Command, the U.S. military representative to NATO, the vice chair of the Air Force, the Secretary of Defense senior military aide, and the top uniformed lawyers, the judge advocate generals of each of the military services. You know, one of the thoughts I had is if you want to go ahead and do things that are beyond the law, the first thing you do is get rid of the lawyers. And that's the first thing he did. And these are not minor positions. They are vital to the department's mission. And when left unfilled, the military loses focus and missions are compromised. These officers were fired without a plan to replace them, which is crippling our military's effectiveness during a perilous time. More importantly, these officers were fired without explanation, which leads to the worst possible outcome for a military force. Fear throughout the ranks that one should not speak up, should not refuse an illegal order, and should not call out abuse or question decisions. General and flag officers are charged with providing their unbiased, quote, best military advice to the civilian leaders of the Department of Defense. Service members, all the way down to young NCOs and enlisted personnel, are expected to give candid feedback to their leaders and peers. And commanders expect troops to give them the facts, straight and true, and their best advice, because lives are on the line. In fact, any good officer understands that his success and the success and indeed the lives of his troops are based so much on the advice, the insights of non-commissioned officers in his command. And if that spirit, that aspect of military life in which people can talk the truth to each other is frustrated or essentially annulled, we are in a grave position. Now, similarly, Congress expects candor from senior officers to provide their best judgment without fear of retribution for both the security of our country and that of the 2 million servicemen and women who put themselves in harm's way. But firing officers as a political litmus test poisons this military ethos. It sends an immediate signal to troops that providing their unbiased best military advice might have career-ending consequences. Now, I'll take a brief moment to discuss the officers who have been dismissed. General C.Q. Brown served as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and was fired without explanation, not even halfway into his 4-year term. The first chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff to be dismissed during his term of office. And this stretches back many decades. The office of chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff was designed by Congress to be such that it bridged elections, that it was not tied into elections, that it was far from elections. But one of the first steps that Trump and Hegstead said is to break this custom, this tradition, really this value. When he was informed, he was visiting our troops on the southern border, and he was abruptly dismissed, even without the courtesy of a call by the President or the Secretary of Defense to say, "I'm sorry, but you're leaving." General Brown served our nation honorably for more than 4 decades. He was a fighter pilot with multiple combat missions, and he led the Joint Staff with dedication and skill. By the way, the Senate approved his nomination by a vote of 83 to 11. Not exactly a vote for a controversial personality. To date, the Trump administration has given no justification for his dismissal. 7 full weeks passed without a confirmed chairman of the Joint Chiefs. General Dan Crane has now been confirmed and is working hard to get up to speed. Given what happened to his predecessor, General Kane must realize that in his additions to his duties as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, he must also deal with the political intrigue consuming the Pentagon. I hope that General Crane will always provide the best military advice to the President and the Secretary of Defense, even if that advice is not what they would want to hear. Secretary Hegseth also dismissed Admiral Lisa Franchetti, who served as the 33rd Chief of Naval Operations. She was the first woman to lead the Navy and the first to serve on the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Admiral Franchetti served in leadership roles at every level throughout the Navy, both ashore and at sea, and with postings around the globe. She was a trailblazer, team builder, and inspiration to many. The Senate approved her nomination by a vote of 95-1. A strong endorsement from this body based on her record and her service. Again, the Trump administration has given no justification for her dismissal. To date, the administration has not nominated a new Chief of Naval Operations. It has been 2 months since Admiral Franchetti was dismissed, and the Navy remains without a Senate-confirmed Chief of Naval Operations at a time when the service is involved in the most intensive combat operations since World War II, taking place today in the Red Sea. I was able to greet a destroyer returning from the Red Sea and was informed that it's seen more action than any destroyer since World War II. General Timothy Hawke served as the commander of U.S. Cyber Command and the director of the National Security Agency. As the commander of Cyber Command, General Hawke led the most formidable cyber warfighting force in the world, responsible for detecting, deterring, and overseeing cyber operations against America's adversaries, particularly China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and various terrorist organizations. General Hawke had a distinguished 34-year career with the Air Force cyber and intelligence organizations, including multiple command assignments. Indeed, I was impressed with not only his technical skill, but his professionalism, his commitment to serving the nation, protecting the Constitution, and doing it with the skill which is remarkable. I am extremely concerned that press reports indicate that Laura Loomer, a fringe conspiracy theorist, convinced President Trump to dismiss General Hawke and fire a slew of expert staff at the National Security Council for no discernible reason. Now, when a radio personality can get into the president's office and convince him to fire an officer of General Hawke's demonstrated capacity and others on the National Security Council, there's not only something wrong with that radio personality, there's something wrong with the president who would listen to that without consulting others. By the way, the Senate unanimously confirmed General Hawke to his post in December 2023, and once again, the Trump administration has given no explanation for his dismissal. The Trump administration has not selected a new cybercom commander, and it's unclear if there's any sense of urgency to fill this position. Secretary Hegseth has given a priceless gift to China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea by purging from our leadership one of our most vital national security commanders. Vice Admiral Shoshana Chatfield served as the United States military representative to NATO. She held a vital leadership role within the alliance, particularly as it related to coordinating international support to Ukraine. Admiral Chatfield was among the finest military officers our nation had to offer. with a 38-year career as a Navy helicopter pilot, foreign policy expert, and preeminent military educator, including as president of the Naval War College. The Senate unanimously confirmed Vice Admiral Chatfield to her post in December 2023. Again, the Trump administration has given no justification for her dismissal and has not nominated any replacement to this critical posting at NATO. General James Slife was the U.S. Air Force Vice Chief of Staff, the second highest ranking officer in the Air Force. He spent most of his 36-year career as a Special Operations helicopter pilot, a daunting and dangerous pursuit. He deployed many times around the world and flew countless combat missions in perilous conditions. General Slife risked his life repeatedly for our nation and led his fellow special operators and airmen with distinction. Again, the Senate unanimously confirmed General Slife to his post in December 2023. The Trump administration has given no explanation for his dismissal, nor have they nominated any office to help lead the Air Force. Lieutenant General Jennifer Short was the first female senior military assistant to the Secretary of Defense. She advised the Secretary and served as a representative for the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, coordinating policy and operations across the Joint Staff, combatant commands, and with the U.S. interagency. A command pilot with more than 1,800 flight hours, including more than 430 combat hours in an A-10. She flew in operations Southern Watch, Iraqi Freedom, and Enduring Freedom, and commanded airmen at the squadron, wing, major command, and combatant command levels. The Senate unanimously confirmed her to her post. The Trump administration has given no explanation for his dismissal. Finally, I'm deeply concerned by Secretary Hegsted's dismissal of the Judge Advocates General of the Army, Navy, and Air Force. These officers, known as TJAGs, are the most senior uniformed officers in the military. These officers served more than 30 years in uniform as military lawyers. They were strictly apolitical and held fundamental roles ensuring that balance, lawful counsel was part of every military policy discussion. These officers provided legal oversight that spanned military justice, operational law, administrative compliance, government ethics, and the United States adherence to the law of armed conflict. These unprecedented firings, along with the firings of the Inspector General, should alarm everyone about the commitment of the President and the Secretary of Defense to follow the rule of law for the military, and also within the United States and across the world. Mr. President, the Defense Department is one of the most complex institutions in the world, with a budget of nearly $900 billion and a workforce of nearly 3 million military and civilian personnel. It is an organization that requires strong leadership, stability, predictability, and trust. These qualities are critical because we ask the department's men and women to risk their lives every day in the service of this country. Mr. President, those men and women who gave their lives and all of those who are still serving at this moment deserve the best. They deserve a leader who is truly laser-focused on readiness, lethality, and the missions, not someone who treats his position as secretary as a performance exercise, complete with a Twitter feed dominated with workout videos. Our service members deserve better. They deserve someone who is focused on them, not focused on himself. If Secretary Hegseth does not improve his job performance, the conditions at the Pentagon will continue to deteriorate, and something worse is bound to happen. I hope Secretary Hegseth takes note. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. President, I have 5 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, I come to the floor today to talk about how my Democratic colleagues, some rhinos, and the globalist media are working together to try to take down Donald Trump and derail his America's First agenda. The latest target, President Trump's Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth. I've said many times that I'm convinced that many Democrats would rather see America and its leaders fail than to see this country succeed. It's sad, but it's true. You know, when President Trump nominated Pete Hegseth to serve as Secretary of Defense, he intentionally picked someone who understands what it means to fight for this country. Not from behind a desk, but from the front lines. Pete didn't inherit stars on his uniform. He earned his stripes while serving in the Middle East. He's one of the few in Washington who's been in the fight and experienced the traumas of war. He knows firsthand what the warfighter goes through each and every day, which is why military recruiting has skyrocketed under his leadership. I don't know why, I don't know about you, but as the dad of 2 sons, I am glad that the man leading our Department of Defense knows the dangers of war firsthand. You know, for decades, this country has gotten involved in foreign wars that we've had no business being involved in. Thousands of Americans have lost their lives. Trillions of dollars have been squandered fighting wars where no clear objectives, path to victory has ever been provided to the American citizen. We just fight them. You would think that we would learn from at least 1 or 2 of these painful lessons. But no, that hasn't stopped the globalist warmonger machine in Washington, D.C. They love war because it funds paychecks. You know, for this reason, Democrats, the swamp, and some rhinos banded together to oppose Pete Hegseth immediately after he was nominated by President Trump. Didn't take them long. I'm convinced that their opposition to Hegseth was only because he was not part of the military-industrial complex. As a member of the Armed Services Committee, I came to the Senate floor to urge my colleagues to support Pete Hegseth's nomination because of his outsider, not Washington, D.C., but outsider status. Thankfully, he was confirmed. But unfortunately, the smears, of some of which have come from my colleagues, have only gotten worse since Hegseth was confirmed. You know, globalists in the media, some Republicans are working overtime to try to get Pete Hegseth. The media is breathlessly rushing to put a microphone in front of every single disgruntled former Pentagon employee who has been fired by this secretary. You know, it doesn't matter what they're fired for. All that matters to the media and the rhinos is that they have something to say bad about the Secretary of Defense. It's clear, as day in, day out, that these efforts to embarrass Hegseth are nothing more than desperate attempts to salvage reputations and distract from the successes he is already having in the Pentagon. The truth is, Hegseth inherited a complete, absolute mess at the DOD. The Pentagon has failed an audit 7 years in a row. You know, if a business did that, they'd go under. But in our government, that's just par for the course. And thanks to the Biden administration's horrible withdrawal from Afghanistan, countries who hate us like China, Iran, and Venezuela have been emboldened. And instead of working to deter World War III, however, Joe Biden's Pentagon was more focused on social justice. In 2024, the Biden Defense Department requested more than $114 million for DEI initiatives. $114 million. Meanwhile, recruitment was an historic low and falling. Military readiness was slipping, and the world saw a weakened United States. Pete Hegseth made it clear that he's here to reverse course and that changes that he's made are already visible to the positive. Secretary Hegseth has already eliminated more than 200 diversity and inclusion positions and cut more than 580 million in wasteful grants and contracts. 580 million. Secretary Hegseth has made it clear that he is focused on warfighting, readiness, mission focus, not political correctness or appeasing the woke mob. He's restored merit-based promotions, refocused leadership training on battlefield effectiveness, terminated taxpayer-funded abortions for military personnel, and reinstalled discipline as a cornerstone of the United States of America military. This isn't just talk either. The Department is actively removing woke DEI materials from service academies and replacing them with warfighting-centric curricula. He also cut through bloated procurement delays and brought transparency to the defense budget. What a novel concept is actually knowing what your budget is. You know, just 4 months in, DOD has achieved 100% operational control of the border. This was after the Biden administration said for 4 years that, hey, there's nothing that they could do to secure the border. Well, what a joke. Under Secretary Hegseth's leadership, the department has moved to reduce acquisition timelines, fast-track critical update systems, and is making sure the U.S. is ready to compete and win wars in the 21st century. And construction on the historic Golden Dome, by the way, is well underway. But it's not just about equipment. Pete has doubled down on his support for the warfighter by improving access to mental health services, other resources that boost morale and readiness. It was much needed. He reinstated the service members who were wrongfully removed over their personal decisions to not take the COVID-19 vaccine. Many of them. He's reinstated quite a few. The fact that President Biden and Secretary Austin dismissed these service members was absolutely dead wrong. And I'm glad that President Trump's administration has taken quick action to right this wrong. You know, when I met with Pete during his confirmation process, I told him plainly, don't go to Washington to make friends, but to go there and fight for the warfighter. So far, he's kept his promise. I can't speak for everyone, but I know the folks I've talked to back in my state of Alabama are very appreciative. We need a Secretary of Defense who's focused on one thing, and one thing only, defending America. And that's what Pete Hegseth is doing. And he will tell you this, there is no second place in war. We have to be ready at all times. You know, under the Biden administration, 13 American troops lost their lives because of poor planning in Afghanistan. We all know that. We've seen it. We saw it pretty much live. Under President Trump and Hegseth, we have executed successful strikes against terrorist Houthis that have resulted in critical shipping lanes being reopened. We have to get our shipping lanes open because it is costing this country millions and millions of dollars, and world leaders across the country are begging for this to happen. Pete Hegseth didn't sign up to be liked by the D.C. cocktail circuit. You know, he committed to making a military great again, and that's exactly what he's doing. You know, the swamp doesn't like people it can't control, but America loves its leaders who tell the truth and fight for what matters. Pete Hegseth is one of those leaders, so let's be clear, Pete is not the problem. A lot of the media think Pete Hegseth's a problem. He's not the problem. He's the solution to the problem we've had. And while the swamp keeps losing its ever-loving mind because we have leaders who are actually putting America's first, again, Secretary Hegseth will keep marching forward, focused on the only thing that matters, making our military the strongest, fiercest, and most respected fighting force in the world. I yield the floor, Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon is
I ask
recognized.
unanimous consent that Milan Watson of my team be granted floor privileges for the remainder of the Congress.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise to urge my colleagues to reject Frank Bisignano's nomination to be the Commissioner of the Social Security Administration. The first 100 days of Donald Trump's second term have been filled with chaos and cruelty that has reached into every corner of American life. But perhaps no development has been as alarming to the elderly and other concerned Americans as the attacks of the Trump administration on Social Security. Social Security has long been considered a third rail of American politics. It is simply too important to American workers who have spent their lives paying into the program out of every paycheck for politicians to idly propose major changes that would harm the earned benefits of Americans. And yet Donald Trump and his billionaire allies have decided they are simply immune to the concerns of American citizens. They're about to find out just how wrong they are. Over the past several months, the Trump administration has attacked nearly every aspect of Social Security. First, it was American sensitive private information protected by Social Security. Then it was scheduling field offices for closure across the country. Then it was eliminating phone service for many Social Security claims. Worst of all, there is a widespread view among Donald Trump's top lieutenants, from Elon Musk to Howard Lutnick, that Social Security is just chock full of fraudsters. The whiplash caused day by day and all the disruption and chaos has resulted in bedlam at Social Security. And in my view, it has put the earned benefits of millions of Americans in jeopardy. Mr. President, I wish I could stand in the Senate today and say, the cavalry is coming. The chaos will soon be over. But I'm afraid that's not the case. If Frank Bisignano is confirmed, he's going to bring more chaos, lies, and callous disregard for Americans who count on Social Security that the Trump administration has brought to the agency through DOGE. That was front and center when the nominee came before the Finance Committee in March. Just before the hearing, Mr. President, I received a very valuable statement from a whistleblower, a former senior official at Social Security. The whistleblower stated that Mr. Bisignano had been deeply involved in the DOGE chaos at Social Security. The whistleblower said, and I quote, "I'm concerned that the President's nominee to be Commissioner of Social Security, Frank Bisignano, will not temper the crisis, but will bolster it." The allegations presented by the whistleblower center around Elon Musk's DOGE and their attempts to access Social Security databases that hold reams of sensitive personal information of every single American. These databases, Mr. President, represent the Fort Knox of Americans' personal lives. Bank account numbers, home addresses, work histories, salaries, medical records. DOGE's cronies wanted unfettered access to the database. They're still fighting for that as we speak after they've been blocked in court. According to the whistleblower, Mr. Bisignano personally appointed his Wall Street friend, Michael Russo, to be the leader of the DOGE team at Social Security. According to the Washington Post, which independently verified, Mr. President, the whistleblower's account, and I'll quote here, after Russo had trouble persuading the career staff to expedite the hiring of a DOGE software engineer named Akash Boba, Mr. Bisignano personally intervened to instruct Social Security staff to onboard Mr. Boba and give him immediate access to the agency's private data systems. Bisignano did not address what role he may have had in helping Mr. Boba gain access. Boba and Russo did not respond to requests for comment. That's a direct quote from the Washington Post newspaper. My view is this is a remarkable statement, Mr. President, that ought to alarm all Americans. I asked Mr. Bisignano about his affiliations with DOJ before, during, and after his hearing. Each time he disavowed the whistleblower's challenge. I viewed that moment as an opportunity for Democrats and Republicans to come together, as we've done so often, on a bipartisan basis and get to the bottom of this before the Finance Committee reported the nominee to the full Senate. Unfortunately, my Republican colleagues didn't see it that way. I started by asking the chairman of the Finance Committee for a bipartisan meeting with this whistleblower to evaluate their claims and seek additional evidence to determine if the nominee lied to members of the committee. The majority refused to hold that meeting or postpone the vote unless we agreed to hand over any information received from the whistleblower directly to the nominee in the Trump administration. Mr. President, I just want to be clear on this point. This is a violation of Whistleblowing 101. That's because it allows the government to identify the individual blowing the whistle through a process of elimination. It jeopardizes the whistleblower's anonymity and safety, and I'm going to have no part of that as the co-chair of the Whistleblower Caucus with my friend Senator Grassley. There's a long bipartisan tradition in the Senate of treating whistleblowers with great respect and deep care. I'm here to warn America now about a dangerous erosion of congressional oversight that will have a chilling effect on public servants who are thinking about coming forward and blowing the whistle when government agencies are acting against the interests of the Americans they serve. Mr. President, I fear that the events that I have just described are going to cause public servants who want to do the right thing to put away their whistles. That is bad for good government. It's bad for congressional oversight of laws we delegated to the executive branch through our constitutional authority, and it is bad for Americans who expect their government to be responsive and transparent. The double whammy of disrespect for Social Security and the Americans who count on its earned benefits, along with the culture of secrecy and lies that exist throughout the Trump administration, is a bad omen for what's ahead for Social Security. Even if the Republican Party decides to pretend none of this is happening, Americans from Portland, Oregon to Portland, Maine, all of them are speaking out literally this weekend. All Americans should be concerned that a nominee for a position of public trust like Commissioner of Social Security is accused of lying about his actions at the agency, and that effort to bring this important information to light is now being thwarted. If Mr. Bisignano can get away with lying before he's even in place as commissioner, who knows what else he'll be able to get away with once he's in office. He could lie by denying any American who paid their Social Security taxes the benefits they've earned, claiming some phony pretense. He could lie about how sensitive personal information is being mishandled or worse, exploited for commercial use. I'll close with this, Mr. President. I'm going to have a lot more to say about the nominee and the Trump administration's disastrous record on Social Security. Today, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the cloture vote coming up to bring some sanity back to Social Security and, in my view, safeguard the Senate's long and bipartisan tradition as a safe haven for government whistleblowers who want to speak truth to power. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
I recognize the senator from Idaho.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to urge my colleagues to vote in favor of the confirmation of Mr. Frank Bisignano, who is nominated to be the Commissioner of the Social Security Administration. The Social Security Administration has the significant responsibility of overseeing the Social Security program, which provides monthly benefits to millions of seniors, individuals with disabilities, and their families. The Social Security Administration also oversees the Supplemental Security Income Program and issues Social Security numbers and cards, among other critical workloads. I'm confident that Mr. Bisignano has the experience needed to lead this important agency. He has more than 30 years of executive leadership experience in banks and financial institutions. He currently serves as the chairman of the board and the chief executive officer of Fiserv, Inc., a leader in payments and financial technology. During his nomination hearing, Mr. Bisignano committed to improving customer service at the Social Security Administration, including by bringing down wait times for the agency's National 800 number and for claims decisions, ensuring that individuals can interact with the Social Security Administration in the way they prefer, whether in person, by phone, or online, and improving the Social Security Administration's payment accuracy. During Mr. Bisignano's nomination hearing, concerns were raised regarding his alleged connections to Doge's work at the Social Security Administration. These allegations were raised in an anonymous letter dated March 24, 2025, the day before the nomination hearing. The allegations focused on the frequency and details of communications between the nominee and Social Security Administration officials. Mr. Bisignano addressed these allegations during the hearing and responded in writing as part of the questions for the record. He has stated clearly that he does not currently have a role at the Social Security Administration and was not part of the decision-making process led by the acting Commissioner Lee Dudek about Social Security operations, personnel, or management. The Social Security Administration needs steady, Senate-confirmed leadership. Mr. Bisignano would bring decades-long focus on customer service and operational excellence to the Social Security Administration. I strongly encourage my colleagues to join me in voting to confirm Mr. Bisignano to serve as the next Commissioner of Social Security.
Mr. President,
I recognize.
just to respond to my colleague who I've worked together with so often in such a positive way, that this is an area where we just have a very significant difference of opinion. The whistleblower is a senior official who has worked for years at Social Security. I believe the information given was credible, documented now by a Washington Post reporter who surveyed some of the resources, the individuals who could confirm it. And what I wanted to do, because I've worked with my colleagues so often, is to have a bipartisan process to resolve the matter. And what the majority said was if we were going to have a bipartisan process, we'd take the information that the whistleblower gave and we'd give it to the administration and anybody else, and it would breach the essence of whistleblowing 101, what we have worked on for so long. So I want it understood that I still wish that we were doing this in a bipartisan way, as I've done for so long as the co-chair of the Whistleblower Caucus. That would resolve it, and it would be done with the tradition of protecting whistleblowers as we've done so often over the years, and especially in the Finance Committee. What I think is unfortunate is this is breaking the tradition that the Finance Committee has always done in terms of protecting whistleblowers, doing it in a fair way, and working together. I think we'll regret it. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
I recognize the senator from Idaho.
Briefly to respond, we worked very closely with our colleagues across the aisle to try to vet this anonymous letter and to get the information necessary to evaluate it. We are still willing to look at it. But at this point, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Bisignano nomination.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent that the roll call vote begin immediately.
Without objection, the clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Frank Bisignano of New Jersey to be Commissioner of Social Security Administration, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Frank Bisignano of New Jersey to be the Commissioner of the Social Security for the term expiring January 19, 2031 shall be brought to a close? The nays and yeas are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan. Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno.
Yes.
Mr. Mullen. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Lotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoven, Kennedy, Lummis, Marshall, Moody, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Paul, Ricketts, Schmidt, Tillis, and Tuberville. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Coons, Gallego, Hassan, Murphy, Padilla, Peters, Shaheen, Smith, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Lujan. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, no. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Alserbrooks. Ms. Alserbrooks, no. Ms. Hirono. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schiff, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, No. Mr. King. Mr. King, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. McCormick. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, aye. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Warner, Mr. Warner. No. Ms. Klobuchar, Ms. Klobuchar. No. Mr. Kramer, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no.
The yeas are 50, the nays are 45. The motion is agreed to. I recognize the senator from Nevada.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to recognize Elaine P. Wynn, who passed away on April 14th, 2025. Elaine was the driving force behind Wynn Resorts and a champion for Nevada. She will be greatly missed, and will always be remembered for her influential business and philanthropic work that actually shaped Southern Nevada community we know today. Elaine was born in New York, grew up in Miami Beach, but it was Las Vegas where she found her longtime home. And it is Las Vegas that will carry on her legacy. In 1967, Elaine moved to Las Vegas to be at the center of the gaming and entertainment industry and immediately jumped into the casino business. She co-founded both Mirage Resorts and Wynn Resorts and was instrumental in developing and designing the Mirage, Bellagio, Wynn, Encore, and other world-renowned resorts. She also wove art, culture, and a celebration of the human spirit into all the resorts she helped develop. And Elaine understood that Las Vegas was not just a destination, but it was an experience, and still is. Her influence on these resorts helped transform the city into the world's premier entertainment and hospitality destination. Let me just say, not lost on somebody who was born and raised there and watched as she transformed the Las Vegas Strip. You know, while building her resort business, Elaine was committed to the Las Vegas community, particularly through her advocacy for education, for the arts, and employee well-being. She was always giving back to her city. Elaine's work to improve children's lives through education included leadership roles at the local, state, and national levels. Elaine chaired the University of Nevada, Las Vegas Foundation from 1985 to 1991. She co-chaired Nevada's Blue Ribbon Education Reform Task Force in 2011, and she served on the Nevada State Board of Education from 2012 to 2020, including as president in 2015 and 2017. She also served on the National Board of Communities and Schools, an organization dedicated to encouraging children to stay in school, and was the founding chairman of Communities in Schools of Nevada. Now, let me just say, as somebody who grew up in that community and just so respected Elaine Wynn, I was working in local government at the time and got a call from Elaine Wynn. Now, when you get a call from Elaine Wynn, you just, oh my gosh, it's Miss Wynn on the phone, I gotta take this call. And I got this call to show up, well, not even show up, just be invited. If I would be willing to be invited to come to talk to her about communities and schools, about education in Nevada. This is how passionate she felt about education. I thought, oh my gosh, I'm excited, I'm honored, I'm willing to go there and talk to her. So I walk in a room with other people. Elaine Wynn is there. But here's the thing. Not only was she's always been gracious and warm and welcoming, but she talked about communities and schools and introduced us to the staff who were running communities and schools in Southern Nevada. And I'm bringing this up because the woman now who ran communities and schools for Elaine Wynn is now one of our Congress members, Susie Lee, and she represents now Las Vegas District in Congress. This is how far-reaching Elaine's networking and connections are to Nevada and the people that she impacted in such a positive way. Elaine Wynn Elementary School is located in Las Vegas. It was named in dedication to her in 1991 because of her commitment to education in the state. But she also is a patron and was a patron of the arts. I truly believed in arts, culture, humanity, and what it can bring to a community. President Obama named her a trustee of the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts in 2010. And she served as co-chair of Los Angeles County Museum of Art from 2015 until her passing. She was one of visionaries for arts in the community and helped establish and build the Las Vegas Museum of Art. The ripples of her philanthropy extend further through the Elaine P. Wynn and Family Foundation, where Elaine was personally and actively involved. She will be remembered for her philanthropic spirit as much as her business ventures. I am honored to have known her and to have seen her passion and her work firsthand in my hometown. She cared so deeply for our community, and whether it was education or the arts, she never missed an opportunity to lend a helping hand. I also know, after talking with so many that have worked with her, Elaine also believed in doing the work now, but recognizing succession, that once she is done for the day or once she is done with the work that she started, others will follow. And she had the way of ending the day with her staff, and if you're from Las Vegas, you appreciate this, but she would go like this. Now it's your shift. And the reason why she did that is because if you've played the tables in Las Vegas, and a 21 table, every dealer at the end of their shift, that's what they do, passing that shift on to the next one. And because she loved Las Vegas and believed in it, that was her way of telling her staff and the people that she worked with is, I'm done for now, but now it's your shift. Now it's your time to carry forward all the work we have done. I can't tell you, Nevada has lost a giant, and we're all going to miss her. And I ask my colleagues to join me in recognizing Elaine Wynn and her remarkable journey. And out of respect for her, I leave all of you with, now it's your shift. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, the Senate has made good progress on implementing President Trump's agenda after just 100 days. We've confirmed his cabinet. We're now working on a number of ambassadors, and we've passed budget resolutions in the House and the Senate. And of course, we are now grinding out the reconciliation process to make sure that the tax cuts that expire at the end of this year do not expire, and we are able to prevent the largest tax increase in American history, a multi-trillion-dollar tax increase, were we to be unsuccessful. But as we know, passing the budget is probably the easiest part of this process, which we've just been through, and now the various committees of jurisdiction have their work cut out for them, both in the House and the Senate, to meet the targets laid out by the budget. Perhaps one of the most difficult parts of this process will be identify savings to meet budget targets in order to offset the necessary costs in this one big, beautiful bill. It's going to be really complicated, and it's going to be hard, and there's a lot of moving parts. But one of the ways we can, I think, make good progress on cutting down on some of the excess spending that Washington seems to always fall into is by implementing work requirements for able-bodied adults without dependents for all means-tested programs. So means-tested programs, obviously, that refers to the fact that at certain income levels, people can get access to certain benefits by the government. Medicaid's one example, food stamps is another, temporary assistance to needy families. All of these are means-tested. But over time, the work requirements for able-bodied adults has been eroded. Now, this used to be part of our bipartisan consensus. This goes back to the Clinton era, where there was an agreement between Democrats and Republicans that government assistance should be conditioned on work. The philosophy, which I think is a sound philosophy, is that government programs are here to step in to fill the gap, a safety net, if you will, when hard times come along. But we don't want any of our citizens, for a whole variety of reasons, to fall into a trap of long-term dependency. That's not good for them. That's not good for their families. It's not good for the communities in which they live. And it's unfair to taxpayers. Taxpayers shouldn't have to subsidize people who can work and who should work, but who don't work. So conditioning aid on some form of work participation, whether it's an actual job or a job training program or volunteer service, was a way to keep Americans from falling into this trap. So it was 1966 when President Clinton and Newt Gingrich, the Speaker of the House, came together to pass the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act. That's a mouthful. It came to be known more commonly as the Welfare Reform Act of 1996. This landmark legislation created a program called TANF, or Temporary Assistance to Needy Families. TANF imposed a 5-year limit on cash assistance and also implemented work requirements for able-bodied adults without children. And the success of this law was beyond expectations. Within 5 years, welfare caseloads declined by close to 50%, the first significant decline since World War II. At the same time, employment and earnings among low-income individuals went up dramatically. Their standard of living improved dramatically. Employment among single mothers increased from 50% to 70% within 7 years, while the number of children living in poverty, this is a big one, the number of children living in poverty declined by 2.9%. Unfortunately, this era of bipartisan consensus in good policy was turned upside down by the Obama administration's disastrous decision to roll back the TANF work requirements by issuing waivers. The U.S. government spends $1 trillion on means-tested programs, and work requirements are a common-sense way to reform these programs and to save hard-earned tax dollars of American working families that are now spent on people who can work and should work but don't work. Recent research from the Foundation for Government Accountability found that more than 62% of able-bodied adults who receive Medicaid benefits do not work at all. Let me say that again because it's so shocking. The Foundation for Government Accountability found that more than 62%, almost two-thirds, of able-bodied adults who receive Medicaid benefits do not work at all. Implementing work requirements have worked well for TANF, and adding SNAP or food stamp programs would be a great step forward as well. This policy alone would save up to $281 billion over the next 10 years. It was also found that in polling that this sort of requirement has been supported by nearly 75% of voters. So this is a successful requirement, work requirements, something that enjoyed bipartisan support, and in polling, voters showed that 75% of voters said they thought it was a good idea. But setting aside the budgetary implications, work requirements have many other positive downstream effects for American society. As a nation, labor force participation, that is, those who are either gainfully employed or actively searching for a job, has been on the decline among working-age men for decades now. And of course, COVID was a huge body blow on the workforce participation rates already. Between 1960 and 2023, the fraction of working-age men who are out of the labor force increased from about 3% to a whopping 11%. And by 2024, this number was increased to 22%. It doubled. This is nearly a 700% increase over the past 6.5 decades. Significant numbers of men are opting out of the labor force, and it's detrimental to society for a whole host of reasons. And the truth is, it's detrimental to them because there is dignity that comes with work. Self-respect, providing for your family and your contributing to your community. Those are intangibles, perhaps, but important in American society and American culture. But we also know that many businesses struggle to find workers. The Wall Street Journal recently highlighted a common complaint among employers, particularly in the manufacturing sector, is that they have many well-paying jobs and they can't find enough workers to fill those available jobs. Around half of small business owners in construction and manufacturing recently reported having job vacancies that they could not fill. Recently, progressive policymakers have decided that widespread illegal immigration was the solution to these workforce shortages, opening up our borders. Well, we know President Biden, I think unwisely, granted work authorizations to many of the illegal immigrants that were released into the interior of the United States, which further incentivized illegal immigration. That is not the answer. And to make matters worse, President Biden started the Cuban, Haitian, Nicaraguan, Venezuelan parole program, which granted work authorization for up to 30
30,000 illegal immigrants each month from 4 countries. None of these programs were authorized by Congress. They were created by the Biden administration acting outside the law. And they included none of the protections for American workers that Congress wrote into our existing programs. Thankfully, we have a new president. And President Trump has been taking action to end these illegal practices by the Biden administration. When we think about what a healthy and flourishing society looks like, it does not include large numbers of prime-age workers sitting on the sidelines or sitting on the couch at home. Rather, it does include a fully engaged population, fully engaged in productive activity like work or training or looking for work. Opening our borders to criminals and who knows what, and granting them work authorizations while able-bodied adult Americans, men, sit on the sidelines has never been the answer. Yet that seemed to be the answer that the Biden administration gave us. I've got a better idea, and it's not my original idea. Let's incentivize able-bodied individuals who are currently not working to get back in the job market and fill these positions. If they need training, let's make sure they get the training so they can fill these good, well-paying jobs. So they can not only get off this cycle of dependency, they can support themselves and their families, they can contribute to their communities, and contribute to the welfare of our nation. By enhancing the work requirements on means-tested government aid programs like Medicaid, but not limited to Medicaid, we, as policymakers, have a much better shot at making our communities function better and allowing more and more people to pursue and achieve the American dream. Human beings were not meant to sit idle, not meant to sit on the couch and play video games all day, not meant to be dependent on others that do labor productively. We were not meant to sit and watch while others toiled and to reap the benefits of their labor. So as we, the various committees in the Senate and the House, get to work to hash out the details of President Trump's big, beautiful bill that will extend these tax cuts, there's a lot more we can and we need to do. And I encourage all of us to use this unique opportunity to do what happened back as a result of the Clinton-Gingrich agreement and the welfare reform plan of 1996, and that is reinstate reasonable work requirements for all of our means-tested programs. It'll help us deal with the $37 trillion in debt that we currently have. And as we all know, we are spending more money on interest on the debt than we are on defense, an unsustainable situation for more than one reason. But this policy will help us get our fiscal house in order, and it will help us address the societal ills that our country is facing by encouraging greater workforce participation.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I understand there's a bill at the desk, and I would ask for its first reading.
The clerk will read the title of the bill.
S-1582, a bill to provide for the regulation of payment stablecoins and for other purposes.
I now ask for a second reading, and in order to put the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I object to my own request.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President, I now ask unanimous consent that the Senate now...
The bill will be read for a second time in the next legislative session.
I beg your pardon, Mr. President. I now ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the en bloc consideration of the following resolutions that are at the desk: S-Res 196, OU Women's Gymnastics, and S-Res 197, UConn Women's Basketball.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed en bloc.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolutions be agreed to, the preambles be agreed to, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table all in block.
Without objection.
And finally, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stands adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday, May 5th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal of the proceedings be approved, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes. And that all post-cloture time on the Bisignano nomination be expired, and the Senate vote on the confirmation of the nomination at a time to be determined by the majority leader in consultation with the Democratic leader on Tuesday, May 6th. And if confirmed, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid on the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
Mr. President, for the information of all senators, we'll have one roll call vote at 5:30 p.m. on Monday on the motion to proceed to H.J. Res. 61. If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday.